you're going to be there. That was when the trilateral was being posed, like right, like I said. So trilateral comes to fruition, wherever it is, you'll go there. And it goes a 3-week event. Okay?
Yeah.
I'll show you the caption somewhat right.
They do an oval, right? Picture's good for about
Thank you.
15 minutes to get into that.
He's going to be late. We're in position. I'm going to
Counting on you.
Yeah, you're going to have the first mistake. It's good. Hold it up. So much I see.
On this pump, scramble the car.
We're back. We're back. Leave back.
Time for a selfie.
Douchebag. Fuck face.
Yes.
That only took 3 tries. You should be used to that by now.
At least the camera didn't break this time.
Nice.
Are you still 1002?
I am. That's one other thing.
I'll send this to Tel Aviv right now. Sean Schwan.
We're back. Don't stop the steal issue. Evan said, they don't need me.
Chris, chocolate.
He's already getting the shit out.
Chocolate. Yeah, right. This is one of the few times I told my father that story. Milk shot out of his nose.
I don't know if we just yesterday. You guys should have had the first 3 weeks. It's all about you. This is your year. Let me see what I can do. Yeah. So 34 points in the first just smaller. I was scored up and wide this up.
Nick,
Got 4 people out. I should have come out.
I want to get to like the big bigger.
You don't feel sorry for me?
Jim, don't be afraid, just do it.
Let people in the bushes
Yeah, that's the full spray guys.
There's usually guys all the way over against the wall.
Oh, they'll come out.
Bushes.
Some out. You'll get them. Heads up on Margo.
So there wasn't a lot of two running backs. I think she put another running back.
Just tap me in the head. I can see it's nowhere near close. The guards aren't even.
Yeah, you're right. Right, Jim, make this thing
Trying, man.
Oh no, that's right.
Well, I'm thinking about it. What it's going to be like in the damn dining room.
What's that?
All I'm thinking about is what it's going to be like in the dining room.
Yeah, but here's my question. Are you going to be able to do the big set or no?
So, whose wedding was it?
Oh, it's at noon?
Who was it?
Your wife got married? I thought it was at 11.
Remarriage?
Are you serious? You blew that off for some cousin's funeral?
Wait, you didn't go to the dinner?
Susie kept asking where you were.
I told
Right, like the whole time.
So you didn't see the pictures of
She did cry. She did cry the whole time.
Yes.
It was a good number.
They ran a picture of you on the slideshow. You were asleep.
Yeah.
A picture from last year.
Did you get a picture of it for the show?
Everybody laughed.
That was very sweet. Yeah, I was in the slideshow. It's a great picture. We got a good
There was the one, also the one who was asleep where somebody drew a penis going into his mouth over the picture. Yeah.
They wouldn't let us run that one.
Okay.
I was giving
No, yes, I had a few.
So what was on the swag
Might
bag?
have been shooting over your shoulder.
It was like a wine carrier.
And a hoodie t-shirt. Yeah, that makes sense.
I
Yeah,
gotta look.
In the wine cooler, there was a little knife no big deal about it. All the guys who flew out the next morning got busted with TSA. And
Is it really?
yes,
I feel like a corkscrew.
it's in there. You have to really feel for it. So Nick did like the guy from Sony went in, and they took his. He looked in. There was already like 15 in there.
From other guys? Wow, that's fun.
That's funny. I've got those two bags.
Let's go fly into it. Feel around?
For Susie. Just for Susie.
People flying from the dinner.
For Susie.
Well, for like
I didn't want to cross the river.
Canon, Nikon.
Hey, Alec. Yeah. Look up Jim. He's got shit names.
It's built that way.
Yes.
I don't know why she didn't want to do this. Johnny, see, it's taking sense.
Johnny.
Well, it's mom.
It's triggering.
It wasn't between Boston and
going to see. It was the most efficient. They got through it. They got through it.
It's funny, quick. There was no training.
The host is
Right.
Gotta get rid of the pressure. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he kept it. They both kept it pretty. I mean, tight enough. Put it this way: the non-lifetime achievement winners win good about it. You know, all those things are about precedent. Never long first person, never long first person. So you got to get the first person to get really more like two.
When did you get out of there?
I left as soon as they said goodnight. Focus straight. I just went around my table and said goodnight. You're not allowed to take significant others. Yeah, Brad. I don't know about Brad. Here's the problem.
Hi, Jax.
We never shoot anything that's like all the either international guys or not in DC.
It's we as court. I've been advocating so we've discussed. It's like a murderer's row when you try to go like against this guy.
You have no right.
No, so
Well, here's the other thing. A lot of us can shoot up and edit it ourselves and intro it, but if it doesn't air, it just so it doesn't put a light that we do something we really like or we put something together. We've got to get something to air.
And we've been going back and forth trying to push that international as much as I said. They just can't. Like, you can't compete. I've known that for 30 years.
The guy, the photographer of the year guy, you know, it's on the lobby, you get like 10 examples. I'm like, here. And not only is he there, they're using all of his stuff. They're not using file.
It's all standalone.
Yeah, it's just no way. There should be an interview category, there should be a sit-down interview category, there should be a walk and talk category, there should be
This walk and talk.
That becomes the problem. Everybody wants to interview the president, but they don't want to look like all these animals.
There should be a category for who's done the most interviews with the president.
Yes.
Yeah.
Christian Galdamini and Jim Sutton.
Well, no. Well, you see, they rotate the camera guys around. They get to rotate around.
But not you two.
I do 99%.
You want you to go out and get
Did your Arctic piece run?
Oh yeah.
Get right on the competition.
Oh, I don't know.
The cars are gates open and motors are here. Nobody's in the door. Yeah.
He's not keeping the formal.
Let's have a Larry Downing. Here we go.
2 minutes.
I don't see any guards.
Because they don't want to show him too much respect. Everybody moves fast, like they're like, oh shit, he's out right here.
no. And doggone it, they like me. Yeah, I almost fell over. Okay.
Hey, Owen?
Yes.
Make sure you lean in, okay?
Sorry?
Make sure you lean in a little bit. Thanks, man. No, just like
I can try.
Mom
Paige, you okay?
All right, everybody go to the warehouse. And I practiced.
Thank you.
another one? Well, I'll come back. Let me get my other face.
State University.
Spelled P-I-C-T.
What's your connection to Pittsburgh, Kansas?
He endowed the college. That's why they named it.
A guy in AP radio went there. Sports.
Jim the Gorilla.
God, he's been gone for 15 years, but super nice guy.
I don't care.
Hold something for you?
Thank you. No, it's incredibly rude. I'm so sorry. So,
Which one was quick questions?
no, it's okay.
Yeah, that Pentagon stuff's funky.
Our orders wait for
That's what we are too. Just trying to figure it
Hey, John,
Yo.
I heard your caption.
Yeah, yes.
Same again.
Feel free.
Times two. Yeah.
UCLA Bruins. Oh wait, Arkansas.
They fired their coaches Sunday.
Dude, Gundy. Gundy. Dude, no way, dude.
He got swept away, dude. He got swept away. Coach there for 18 seasons.
The head coach for OK State. It's like an institution.
But they fired him not because of the losing seasons, but because he's unwilling to change. He's not adapting.
Turner went through 2000. We had 5 straight years of losing seasons. Granted, it's much different than the news. I showed it to the world, but they stopped
Well, the thing is that everybody was afraid of the turnout. But with this guy, they're going to the same thing. This is what it takes to win. This is the way it works now. I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of donors, dude. Like, I told you Mexico to go Sweden. Watch. You know, it's out of 2 years. Play 1-1 and play 2.
You gotta be kidding me.
He's not adapted, dude. He's 1-3. And he doesn't do the portal, doesn't like NIL stuff. That's fantastic. Not doing the portals, not doing the NIL stuff. I like the good. It's very true. It's all
I keep repeating what you said. Because you have to portals. You can't have both things. And it's funny. Some of these big game weekends when these guys, catch the winning pass. Oh, he was a transfer from Purdue. Oh, he came in from OKC. Oh, it's like it's a free agency in the NFL.
It's not a free agency. They sign a contract. They pay you. You don't have to sign a contract. Stay with them. All right, that's it. Here we go. What's up, Jimmy?
Trump's in the door.
Mr. President, should we expect a deal today?
President, do you have any message to Taliban to change their policy toward Afghanistan?
Mr. President, do we have a deal, sir? Trump, are you confident, sir, there'll be peace in Gaza anytime soon? And the 21-point plan, is everyone on board?
Will we have a deal today, Mr. President?
Mr. Prime Minister, have you agreed to the deal?
Just for the record.
Can you unplug? Hey, Christian.
I noticed that.
Unplug my blue now, and then you can go back to camera mic.
Your blue's unplugged.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
What's the way through from here? Is there a way through here? No.
No, absolutely not. Or you could go
Right here.
go all the way
Right
around.
here. No, we're gonna go right here.
Okay.
Thanks.
See you working, not managing. You're actually working, not managing. Working.
işi beklemeyeceksen bırak. Yes.
Yeah, me too.
רגע, אני אקרא לו, והוא הלך. שיחק קרב.
Okay.
לא מאמין שאנחנו במזג אוויר כזה נוח. כאילו נזכר בביקור האחרון ביוני שהסעתי, את יודעת,
So then I had to move over and we had to worry about bumping cameras. But nobody got off with my back intact. How did you go?
I was over there because I was over from Erlong the other day.
Yeah.
And I got some really good shots of pillars.
Yeah.
So I thought, oh, maybe I'll try the same thing. But this time we came in a much higher.
Yeah, the vehicle was very high.
So it wasn't as good. But
Yeah, well, but it impacts us from here too. It's the same thing. You can't get over unless you're, they're pretty elevated. But for anybody who's standing just on the ground, it's very short stuff like me. You've got to wait for the guy to back up to see anything.
right, exactly. Yeah, that's what I had to do. I had to wait from the back. By then he sort of like put his arm around his
Yeah,
side.
let's go inside. But we got
Always an adventure.
it would be nice to be able to hear what the remarks are and what he answered. EWTN's Owen Jensen.
החדר הזה גם סגור, והוא
They
מעביר
won't
את
let us put a
הסיבת
microphone
עיתונאים
over there, so the whole camera doesn't get up there.
לא, זה אולם אפילו יותר גדול, זה אולם יותר גדול. זה איפה שהצריך.
Whatever powers there are.
טוב, יאללה, ביי. איפה בינו?
כן.
כן. כן.
עכשיו יש לנו עד 8 בלי...
עדיין בעזה?
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
הם עוד שם בגלל נתניהו. הוא מפקיר אותם שם בעזה. הוא מפקיר אותם שם בעזה. מחזירות את כולם הביתה. רק הסכם וכולם הביתה. עכשיו. עכשיו. Bring them home now. Bring them home now. Bring them home now. Bring them home now. Bring them home now. עכשיו. עכשיו. עכשיו. עכשיו. הסכם אחד כולם כולל כולם. הסכם אחד כולם כולל כולם. הסכם אחד כולם כולל כולם. הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם. הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם. הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם. עכשיו. עכשיו. עכשיו. עכשיו. לא ניתן למפקירים לטרפד את ההסכמים. לא ניתן למפקירים לטרפד את ההסכמים. לא ניתן למפקירים לטרפד את ההסכמים. לא ניתן למפקירים לטרפד את ההסכמים. לא ניתן למפקירים לטרפד את ההסכמים. לא ניתן למפקירים לטרפד את ההסכמים. את כולם עכשיו. בהסכם עכשיו. מספיק לשפוך דם הביתה את כולם. מספיק לשפוך דם הביתה את כולם. מספיק לשפוך דם הביתה את כולם. מספיק לשפוך דם הביתה את כולם. עושה להם הזמן הסכם על השולחן. עושה להם הזמן הסכם על השולחן. עושה להם הזמן הסכם על השולחן. עושה להם הזמן הסכם על השולחן. את כולם עכשיו. את כולם עכשיו. בהסכם עכשיו. בהסכם עכשיו. הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם. הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם. הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם. הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם. אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם. אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם. אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם. אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם. אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם. אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם. אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם. אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם. אנחנו כן נחזיר אותם. אנחנו כן נחזיר אותם. אנחנו כן נחזיר אותם. אנחנו כן נחזיר אותם. את כולם עכשיו. את כולם עכשיו. בהסכם עכשיו. בהסכם עכשיו. למה הם עדיין בעזה? הם עוד שם בגלל נתניהו. למה הם עדיין בעזה? הם עוד שם בגלל נתניהו. למה הם עדיין בעזה? הם עוד שם בגלל נתניהו. לא נפקיר Hostage deal now!
Hostage deal now!
Hostage deal now!
Hostage deal now!
Hostage deal now!
Bring them home now!
Bring them home now!
Bring them home now!
Bring them home now!
Bring them home now!
Bring them home now!
Bring them home now!
Bring them home now!
In Trump, we trust!
To bring them home to us! In Trump, we trust! To bring them home to us!
In Trump, we trust! To bring them home to us!
In Trump, we trust! To bring them home to us! Bring them home now!
Bring them home now!
Set them free now!
Set them free now!
Seal the deal now!
Seal their deal now!
President Trump, seal the deal!
President Trump, seal the deal!
No matter how, hostage deal now!
No matter how, hostage deal now!
No matter how, hostage deal now!
No matter how, hostage deal now!
No more war! Bring them home!
No more war! Bring them home!
No more war! Bring them home!
No more war! Bring them home!
We trust you, Trump! Bring them home!
We trust you, Trump! Bring them home!
We trust you, Trump! Seal the deal!
We trust you, Trump! Seal the deal! את כולם! עכשיו! את כולם! עכשיו! את כולם! עכשיו! בהסכם! עכשיו! בהסכם! עכשיו! ממשלה לא משמרים על חשבון החטופים! ממשלה לא משמרים על חשבון החטופים! ממשלה לא משמרים על חשבון החטופים! ממשלה לא משמרים על חשבון החטופים! ממשלה לא משמרים על חשבון החטופים! ממשלה לא משמרים על חשבון החטופים! את כולם! עכשיו! את כולם! עכשיו! בהסכם! עכשיו! בהסכם! עכשיו! הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם! הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם! הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם! הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם! למה הם עדיין בעזה? למה הם עדיין בעזה? למה הם עדיין בעזה? למה הם עדיין בעזה? לא נסתיר אותם שם בעזה! לא נסתיר אותם שם בעזה! לא נסתיר אותם שם בעזה! לא נסתיר אותם שם בעזה! מחזירות את כולם הביתה! מחזירות את כולם הביתה! רק הסכם וכולם הביתה! רק הסכם וכולם הביתה! את כולם! עכשיו! את כולם! עכשיו! את כולם! עכשיו! לא, לא, לא נסכים לממשלה של מפקירים! לא, לא, לא נסכים לממשלה של מפקירים! לא, לא, לא נסכים לממשלה של מפקירים! לא, לא, לא נסכים לממשלה של מפקירים! לא, לא, לא נסכים לממשלה של מפקירים! לא, לא, לא נסכים לממשלה של מפקירים! הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם! הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם! הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם! הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם! החטופים בעזה יותר מדי ימים! אדם על הידיים של ממשלת הדמים! החטופים בעזה יותר מדי חיים! אדם על הידיים של ממשלת הזמן! החטופים בעזה יותר מדי ימים! אדם על הידיים של ממשלת הדמים! החטופים בעזה יכלו לחזור חיים! אדם על הידיים שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם. הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם. הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם. הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם. אוזל להם הזמן, הסכם על השולחן. אוזל להם הזמן, הסכם על השולחן. אוזל להם הזמן, הסכם על השולחן. אוזל להם הזמן, הסכם על השולחן. אוזל להם הזמן, הסכם על השולחן. אוזל להם הזמן, הסכם על השולחן. אוזל להם הזמן, הסכם על השולחן. אוזל להם הזמן, הסכם על השולחן. את כולם! עכשיו! את כולם! עכשיו! בהסכם! עכשיו! בהסכם! עכשיו! את כולם! עכשיו! את כולם! עכשיו! בהסכם! עכשיו! בהסכם! עכשיו!
ענבר אימן שהיא כמובן נהרגה קודם
אנחנו כאן היום בזמן פגישת טראמפ ונתניהו. אני מזמינה את עינב צנגאוקר, אמא של החטוף מנן צנגאוקר, לדבר.
אנחנו איתם! אנחנו לבד! אנחנו איתם! אנחנו לבד! אנחנו איתם! אנחנו לבד!
תודה רבה. ברגעים אלו ממש נפגש נתניהו עם הנשיא טראמפ. 724 ימים של סיוט יכולים להסתיים סוף כל סוף. הגיהנום שמתן שלי ועם שלם עוברים יכול להגיע לקיצו. הכל תלוי באדם אחד. אלו רגעים מורטי עצבים. עברתי אותם על בשרי הרבה יותר מדי פעמים. נתניהו מתעלל בנו המשפחות כבר 724 ימים. אני נמצאת כאן יחד עם עוד משפחות החטופים כדי לבקש מכם, אל תוותרו, אל תוותרו על מתן, אל תוותרו על החטופים והחטופה, אל תוותרו עליי ועל שאר המשפחות, אל תוותרו על המדינה שלנו, כי בלעדיהם מי אנחנו? אם מדינת ישראל מאפשרת לאזרחים לעבור עינויים בשבי ומאפשרת להפציץ מעל הראש שלהם, מה נשאר לנו מהמדינה הזו? אנחנו במאבק קיומי על מדינת ישראל, לא נגד האויבים מבחוץ, אלא עלינו מבית, אלו שבוחרים, אלו שבוחרים להפקיר את החטופים, לתקוף שורדי שבי ולהסית נגד משפחות החטופים. אנחנו לא ניתן לנתניהו ולממשלתו להפקיר את החטופים והחטופה בשבי. אנחנו לא ניתן לנתניהו לשלוח חיילים גיבורים למות על מזבח הפוליטיקה הזולה שלו.
בושה! בושה!
אנחנו לא ניתן לו למכור את המדינה שלנו בשביל סמוטריץ' ובן גביר. לא יקרה!
בושה! בושה! בושה! בושה!
אם נתניהו יחליט לאזור אומץ ולהתנגד לסמוטריץ' ובן גביר וסוף סוף להקשיב לנשיא טראמפ, נוכל כולנו לקבל בזרועות פתוחות את כל החטופים הביתה בהסכם מלא ולסיים את המלחמה. אם אדון נתניהו יחליט לחבל גם בעסקה הזו, אנחנו נמשיך לרדוף אותו ואת משפחתו יום וליל בארץ ובחול. לא תהיה לו מנוחה מאיתנו. זהו מאבק על החיים של כולנו. זהו מאבק אמיתי שבכל רגע, בכל שנייה אנו עלולים לאבד חיים. אנחנו לא נוותר ולא נרפה. נדרוש בקול ברור הסכם כולל עכשיו. אני רוצה לפנות מפה לכבוד הנשיא טראמפ. אדוני הנשיא, אל תוותר על עם ישראל. מדינה שלמה נושאת עיניים אליך. אנחנו מקווים שתשים סוף למלחמה ותחזיר הביתה את כל החטופים והחטופה והחיילים שלנו. כבוד הנשיא טראמפ, כל המזרח התיכון נושא אליך עיניים. 48 חטופים וחטופה מחכים למוצא פיך. תילחם למעננו הנשיא טראמפ. תכפה על נתניהו הסכם מלא וסיום המלחמה.
עכשיו!
את כולם!
עכשיו!
את כולם!
עכשיו!
בהסכם!
עכשיו!
בהסכם!
עכשיו!
בהסכם!
עכשיו!
את כולם!
עכשיו!
את כולם!
עכשיו!
את כולם!
עכשיו!
אנחנו כן נחזיר אותם!
אנחנו כן נחזיר אותם! אנחנו כן נחזיר אותם! אנחנו כן נחזיר אותם!
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם!
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם!
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם!
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם!
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם!
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם!
אני מזמינה את חנה, דודה של ענבר ריימן, החטופה היחידה שעדיין בעזה, אישה.
תודה רבה. שמי חנה ואני הדודה של ענבר, החטופה היחידה בשבי, יחד עם עוד 47 חטופים. אני קוראת לממשלת ישראל, ענבר שלנו הגיעה למסיבת הנובה בהתנדבות, היא באה להתנדב. היא באה למסיבת הנובה להתנדב. ב7 לאוקטובר ממשלת ישראל, מדינת ישראל הפקירה את ענבר שהוקרבה על מזבח המדינה ונרצחה ונחטפה לעזה. מאז, בשנה שעברה, חלפה בדיוק שנה. מר בנימין נתניהו על בימת האו"ם הבטיח לאמא של ענבר שהוא יחזיר אותה הביתה בעסקה ההומניטרית שבה השתחררו כל הנשים. ושנה אחרי, לא רק שהוא לא עמד במילתו, הוא גרע את ענבר מרשימת הנשים.
בושה!
ענבר הופקרה פעם פעם שלישית לפני מספר ימים, כשמר בנימין נתניהו גרע את שמה מרשימת החטופים שהוא הקריא, יחד עם עוד 27 חללים ושתיים שגורלם לא נודע.
בושה! בושה! בושה!
אני הדודה של ענבר איימן, לא אתן לך לחיות יום אחד אם לא תחזיר את הילדה שלנו ואת שאר החטופים הביתה. תחזיר לנו את הילדה שהפקרת. אני רוצה להציל את ההורים של ענבר שגוססים כל יום בגללך. המשפחה שלי גוססת בגללך.
בושה! בושה! בושה!
אתם תפגשו אותי בכל מקום אם לא תחזירו את הילדה שלנו ואת שאר החטופים הביתה. את כולם!
עכשיו!
את כולם!
עכשיו!
את כולם!
עכשיו!
בהסכם!
עכשיו!
בהסכם!
עכשיו!
בהסכם!
עכשיו!
אני מזמינה את גל גורן, בנם של אבנר שנרצח בניר עוז, מאיה שנרצחה, נחטפה והושבה לקבורה.
אנחנו איתך! Today is my 23rd birthday. 2 years ago, on my 21st birthday, I saw my parents for the last time. A week later, both of my parents, Avner and Maya Goren, were kidnapped and murdered. It was Hamas that committed those horrible crimes, but no less than that, it was Israel that abandoned its citizens in that day, just as it is now sacrificing its hostages and soldiers in a war that should have ended a long time ago. My parents are buried in Iran, and it's beyond anyone's power to bring them back. Therefore, on this birthday, I will wish for one thing only: the end of this caused war by a diplomatic agreement, and for the safe return of every single hostage and soldier back home. Bring them home! Bring them home! Bring them home! Bring them home! The reason I'm saying this wish out loud is that it is not really a wish. This is a decision that you can make tonight. Bring them home and end this war now. ואתה, מר המוות והשכול, לא ראוי לאף מילה. בשבועיים האחרונים קיבלנו מבט לנפש המפוצרת, המפורקת, המסוכסכת שלך, זאת שמרבדת עצמה בפרגודים, מסומים, שוטרים, נאומים וגימיקים ריקים, הכל כדי להימנע מהכאב שלנו, לא להידרש על אחריות עליו. אלו תסמינים של פחד והדחקה, מחובתנו להיות העצם בגרון שאי אפשר להדחיק. אז נתניהו, אם אחרי הלילה דוד לא יחבק את אריאל, את שרון, את אמה ויואי שוב, אם אריאל לא יחבק את ארבל, אם נתן לא יחבק את עיניו, ונתן לא יחבק את ענת, ותמיר לא ישוב בקבורה בניר עוז עליי, כן, וענבר לא תהיה כאן, אני מבטיח לך שאתה עומד להירדף עד אחרון ימיך. ובכל זאת, חשוב לי להגיד שזאת לא נקמה שרודפת אותך. הוריי עליהם השלום לא האמינו בה כלפי אף אחד. אלו המאבק להצלת חיים, וכבודם של אלו שהופקרו למותם. אלו מאבק על חברה חומרת, אכפתית, מקדשת חיים ואדם שרודפים אותך. אבל דבר לא יעצור אותנו. לא מחסומים, לא פינויים, לא מעצרים, לא ראש שב"ס מחשיכיס. אף אחד לא יעמוד בדרכנו במאבק עד שאחרון העולמות השלמים, החטופים, החטופה והחיילים בבית, את כולם וכולם עכשיו! את כולם! את כולם! את כולם!
בהסכם! בהסכם!
אני מזמינה את כרמית פלדי קציר, אחותו של אלעד קציר, שנחטף, נרצח בשבי, עכשיו.
Mr. President, as you meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu at this very moment, the fate of 48 hostages held by Hamas hangs in the balance. Last week, you presented a comprehensive 21-point plan at the United Nations, a plan that received the blessing of all Arab leaders and moderate Muslim nations on top of many other countries. Your deal has the power to bring all the hostages home and end this nightmare. It is a deal that has the power to change the future for the better for both our people in Israel and the Palestinians. Do not allow any attempts to sabotage or delay this historic transformative agreement. We know from painful experience that military pressure will not save the hostages. My beloved brother Elad was brutally murdered in captivity as a direct result of military pressure. 41 other hostages were kidnapped alive only to be murdered in captivity. We cannot allow any more hostages to be sacrificed to a purposeless war. Please complete the mission you started, bringing all the 48 hostages home. You have already brought back 39 hostages, proving it can be done. Now you have the opportunity to bring peace to the bloody region and accomplish what so many said was impossible. We here today represent the clear majority of the Israeli people, those who want to see this terrible war end now, who want to see the hostage back home now.
Bring them home now! Bring them home now! Bring them home now! Bring them home now! Bring them home now!
Next week marks 2 years since October 7th, 2023. It is unthinkable that they are still there. You can make sure this ends now, before another year, month, or a day passes, before more lives are lost. President Trump, you have stood by us and given us hope during these darkest hours. In this critical moment, we can only count on you to bring healing to this region. The first step toward peace in the Middle East is ending this war and bringing all the 48 hostages home now!
All of them now! All of them now! All of them now! All of them now!
All of them now! All of them now! All of them now! Bring them home now! Bring them home now! Bring them home now! Bring them home now!
All of them now!
הביתה! רק הסכם וכולם הביתה! רק הסכם וכולם הביתה! רק הסכם וכולם הביתה! את כולם! עכשיו! את כולם! עכשיו! בהסכם! עכשיו! בהסכם! עכשיו! הסכם אחד! כולם כולל כולם! הסכם אחד! כולם כולל כולם! הסכם אחד! כולם כולל כולם! הסכם אחד! כולם כולל כולם! די להרג! די לשכול! החטופים מעל הכל! די להרג! די לשכול! החטופים מעל הכל! די להרג! די לשכול! החטופים מעל הכל! די להרג! די לשכול! החטופים מעל הכל! מספיק לשלוח דם הביתה את כולם! מספיק לשלוח דם הביתה את כולם! מספיק לשלוח דם הביתה את כולם! מספיק לשלוח דם הביתה את כולם! החטופים בעזה יותר מדי ימים! הדם על הידיים של ממשלת הדמים! החטופים בעזה יותר מדי ימים! הדם על הידיים של ממשלת הדמים! החטופים בעזה יותר מדי ימים! הדם על הידיים של ממשלת הדמים! את כולם! עכשיו! את כולם! עכשיו! את כולם! עכשיו! בהסכם! עכשיו! בהסכם! עכשיו! אין דבר יותר חשוב! כל חטוף חייב לשוב! אין דבר יותר חשוב! כל חטוף חייב לשוב! שלום! דורש הסכם עכשיו! שלום! דורש הסכם עכשיו! דורש הסכם עכשיו! דורש הסכם עכשיו! אין נושאים יותר דחופים! מחזירים את החטופים! אין נושאים יותר דחופים! מחזירים את החטופים! אין נושאים יותר דחופים! מחזירים אותם חיים! אין נושאים יותר דחופים! מחזירים אותם חיים! דורשים אותם חיים! חיים! חיים! דורשים אותם חיים! אין דבר יותר חשוב! כל חטוף חייב לשוב! אין דבר יותר חשוב! כל חטוף חייב לשוב! אין דבר יותר חשוב! כל חטוף חייב לשוב! אין דבר יותר חשוב! כל חטוף חייב לשוב! הסכם אחד! כולם כולל כולם! הסכם אחד! כולם כולל כולם! הסכם אחד! כולם כולל כולם! מפקירים לטרפד את ההסכמים לא ניתן לקנאים לטרפד את ההסכמים לא ניתן למושחתים לטרפד את ההסכמים
We want them alive, alive, alive. We want them alive, alive, alive. We want them alive, alive, alive. We want them alive. President Trump, don't give up. President Trump, don't give up. You can have your Nobel Prize. You can have your Nobel Prize. President Trump, seal the deal. President Trump, seal the deal. President Trump, make it real. President Trump, make it real. Bring them home now. Bring them home now. Bring them home now. Bring them home now. End the war now. End the war now. Stop the war now. Stop the war now. Seal the deal now. Seal the deal now. Save their lives now. Save their lives now. Save their lives now. Save their lives now. Set them free now. Set them free now. Safe and sound now. Bring them home now. Bring them home now. Bring them home now. Bring them home now. Bring them home now. Bring them home now. Seal the deal now. Seal the deal now. Seal the deal now. Seal the deal now. No matter how hostage deal now. No matter how hostage deal now. No matter how hostage deal now. No matter how hostage deal now. Stop the war, bring them home. Stop the war, bring them home. Stop the war, bring them home. Stop the war, bring them home. Stop the war, seal the deal. Stop the war, seal the deal. Seal the deal, make it real. Seal the deal, make it real. Stop the war, bring them home. Stop the war, bring them home. No more war, bring them home. No more war, bring them home. No more war, bring them home. No more war, bring them home. No more war, seal the deal. No more war, seal the deal. Stop the bloodshed, bring them home. Stop the bloodshed, bring them home. Stop the murder, bring them home. SOS USA! SOS USA! SOS USA! Only you can save the day! SOS USA! Bring your children home today! SOS USA! Bring them home with no delay! SOS USA! Bring your children home today! SOS USA! Bring them home with no delay! SOS USA! Hostage deal is the way!
את כולם! עכשיו! את כולם! עכשיו! בהסכם! עכשיו! בהסכם! עכשיו! הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם!
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם!
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את
נחתם, רוצח את כולם.
די להרג, די לשכול, חטופים מעל הכל. די להרג, די לשכול, חטופים מעל הכל. די להרג, די לשכול, חטופים מעל הכל.
די להרג, די לשכול, חטופים מעל הכל.
לא נסכים, לא נסכים לממשלה של מפקירים.
לא נסכים, לא נסכים לממשלה של מפקירים.
לא, לא, לא נסכים לממשלה של מפקירים.
לא, לא, לא נסכים לממשלה של מפקירים.
לא, לא, לא נסכים לממשלה של מקריבים.
לא, לא, לא נסכים לממשלה של מחריבים.
את כולם!
עכשיו!
את כולם!
עכשיו!
בהסכם!
עכשיו!
בהסכם!
עכשיו!
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
לא נפקיר אותם שם בעזה!
לא נפקיר אותם שם בעזה!
לא נפקיר אותם שם בעזה!
לא נפקיר אותם שם בעזה!
מחזירות את כולם הביתה!
מחזירות את כולם הביתה!
רק הסכם וכולם הביתה!
רק הסכם וכולם הביתה!
רק הם שם בגלל נתניהו!
הם עוד שם בגלל נתניהו!
הם עוד שם בגלל נתניהו!
הם עוד שם בגלל נתניהו!
מחזירות את כולם הביתה!
מחזירות את כולם הביתה!
מחזירות את כולם הביתה!
מחזירות את כולם הביתה!
רק הסכם וכולם הביתה!
רק הסכם וכולם הביתה!
אחד וכולם הביתה!
הסכם אחד וכולם הביתה!
תמונת הניצחון היא החטוף האחרון!
תמונת הניצחון היא החטוף האחרון!
תמונת הניצחון היא החטוף האחרון!
תמונת הניצחון היא החטוף האחרון!
במלחמה הם מנצחים, מחזיר את החטופים!
במלחמה הם מנצחים, מחזיר את החטופים!
במלחמה הם מנצחים, זה הזמן להסכמים!
במלחמה הם מנצחים, זה הזמן להסכמים!
במלחמה הם מנצחים, מחזיר את החטופים!
במלחמה הם מנצחים, מחזיר את החטופים!
במלחמה הם מנצחים, זה הזמן להסכמים!
במלחמה הם מנצחים, זה הזמן להסכמים!
מי שמפקיר חייב להחזיר!
מי שמפקיר חייב להחזיר!
מי שמפקיר חייב להחזיר!
מי שמפקיר חייב להחזיר! נתניהו מפקיר, נתניהו לא כשיר!
לא נישן ולא ננוח עד שכל חטוף בטוח!
לא נישן ולא ננוח עד שכל חטוף בטוח!
לא נישן לא נישבר עד שכל חטוף חוזר!
לא נישן לא נישבר עד שכל חטוף חוזר!
לא נישן ולא ננוח עד שכל חטוף בטוח!
לא נישן ולא ננוח עד שכל חטוף בטוח!
לא נישן לא נישבר עד שכל חטוף חוזר!
לא נישן לא נישבר עד שכל חטוף חוזר!
נחזור את המדינה, זאת ההזדמנות האחרונה. אם לא תהיה עסקה, נחזור את המדינה, זאת ההזדמנות האחרונה. שנה עברה ובמנהרה, מתי יהיה הסוף להפקרה? שנה עברה ובמנהרה, מתי יהיה הסוף להפקרה? Bring them all home now! Bring them all home now! Bring them all home now! Bring them all home now! Bring them home now! Bring them all home now! Bring them all home now! Bring them
home now.
Bring them home now.
Seal the deal now.
Seal the deal now.
Ceasefire now. Hostage deal now.
Ceasefire now. Hostage deal now.
Ceasefire now. Hostage deal now.
Ceasefire now. Hostage deal now.
Stop the war. Bring them home.
Stop the war. Bring them home.
President Trump, stop the war.
President Trump, stop the war.
724 days in hell. 724 days in hell.
724 days in hell.
They live in fear. Bring them here.
They live in fear. Bring them here.
They live in fear. Bring them here.
They live in fear. Bring them here.
It's almost 2 years. Bring them here.
It's almost 2 years. Bring them here.
It's almost 2 years. Bring them here.
It's almost 2 years. Bring them here.
We trust you, Trump. Bring them home.
We trust you, Trump. Bring them home.
We trust you, Trump. Stop the war.
We trust you, Trump. Stop the war.
No more war. Bring them home.
No more war. Bring them home.
No more murder. Bring them home.
No more murder. Bring them home.
No more war. Steal the deal.
No more war. Seal the deal.
Ceasefire now. Nobel Prize now.
Ceasefire now. את כולם!
עכשיו.
את כולם!
עכשיו.
בהסכם!
עכשיו.
בהסכם!
עכשיו.
למה הם עדיין בעזה? למה הם עדיין בעזה? למה הם עדיין בעזה?
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
Bring them home now!
Bring them home now.
Bring the children home! Bring our brothers home!
Bring our brothers home.
Bring our sister home!
Bring our sister home.
Bring our soldiers home!
Bring our soldiers home.
Bring them all home!
Bring them home now.
Alive! Alive!
We want them alive. Alive. Alive. We want them alive.
Alive! Alive! We want them back alive!
Alive. Alive. We want them all alive.
והחמאס כנים הם ידעו בחיים!
והחמאס קמים את ידם בחיים.
והחמאס כנים היו עדיין בחיים!
והחמאס קמים עליהם עדיין בחיים.
והחמאס כנים אומרים עדיין בחיים!
והחמאס קמים אומרים עדיין בחיים.
ועד מלא עסקאות הם יוכלו לחזור חיות!
ועד מלא עסקאות הם יוכלו לחזור חיות.
Trump, we trust to bring them home to us!
In Trump, we trust to bring them home to us.
In Trump, we trust
To bring them home to us. In Trump, we trust to bring them home to us.
In Trump, we trust to bring them home to us!
In Trump, we trust to bring them home to us.
את כולם!
עכשיו.
בהסכם!
עכשיו.
את כולם!
עכשיו.
בהסכם!
עכשיו.
הסכם אחד! כולם כולל כולם!
הסכם אחד, כולם כולל כולם.
הסכם אחד! כולם כולל כולם!
הסכם אחד, כולם כולל כולם.
תעצרו את העולם המשפחות שלנו שם!
תעצרו את העולם המשפחות שלנו שם.
תעצרו את העולם המשפחות שלנו שם! ממשלה של מקריבים! לא, לא, לא נסכים עם ממשלה של מקריבים! לא!
שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם Close to להיות אותם חיים.
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם.
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם.
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם.
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם.
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם.
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם.
לא, לא, לא מסכים לממשלה של מקריבים.
לא, לא, לא נסכים לממשלה של מקריבים.
לא, לא, לא נסכים לממשלה של מקריבים.
לא, לא, לא נסכים לממשלה של מקריבים.
לא, לא, לא נסכים לממשלה של מקריבים.
לא, לא, לא נסכים לממשלה של מקריבים.
את כולם!
עכשיו!
את כולם!
עכשיו!
בהסכם!
עכשיו!
בהסכם!
עכשיו!
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם!
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם.
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם!
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם.
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם!
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם.
כולם!
עכשיו!
את כולם!
עכשיו!
בהסכם!
עכשיו!
בהסכם!
עכשיו!
אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם! אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם! אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם! אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם! אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם! אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם! אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם! אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם! אנחנו כן נחזיר אותם! אנחנו כן נחזיר אותם! אנחנו כן נחזיר אותם! אנחנו כן נחזיר אותם! את כולם! עכשיו! את כולם!
עכשיו!
בהסכם!
עכשיו!
בהסכם!
עכשיו!
הסכם אחד! כולם כולל כולם!
הסכם אחד כולם כולל כולם.
הסכם אחד! כולם כולל כולם!
הסכם אחד כולם כולל כולם.
הסכם אחד! כולם כולל כולם!
הסכם אחד כולם כולל כולם.
עוזר להם מוזמן! הסכם על השולחן!
עוזר להם הזמן הסכם על השולחן.
עוזר להם הזמן! הסכם על השולחן!
עוזר להם הזמן הסכם על השולחן.
נשפך מספיק דם! הביתה את כולם!
נשפך מספיק דם הביתה את כולם.
נשפך מספיק דם! הביתה את כולם!
נשפך מספיק דם הביתה את כולם.
Bring them home now!
Bring them home now.
Bring them home now!
Bring them home now.
Bring our children home!
Bring our children home.
Bring our parents home!
Bring our parents home.
Bring our brothers home!
Bring our brothers home.
Bring our sons home!
Bring our sons home.
Bring our daughter home!
Bring our daughter home.
Bring our soldiers home!
Bring our soldiers home.
Alive!
Alive. We want them alive. Alive. Alive. We want them alive.
את כולם!
עכשיו.
את כולם!
עכשיו.
בהסכם!
עכשיו.
בהסכם!
עכשיו.
הסכם אחד! כולם כולל כולם!
הסכם אחד כולם כולל כולם.
הסכם אחד! כולם כולל כולם!
הסכם אחד כולם כולל כולם.
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
למה הם עדיין בעזה?
הם עוד שם בגלל נתניהו!
הם עוד שם בגלל נתניהו.
הם עוד שם בגלל נתניהו!
הם עוד שם בגלל נתניהו.
רק הסכם וכולם הביתה!
רק הסכם וכולם הביתה.
לא נפקיר אותם שם בעזה!
לא נפקיר אותם שם בעזה. wants a deal now. Israel wants a deal now. Seal the deal, make it real. President Trump, don't give up. You can have your Nobel Prize. President Trump, don't give up. Bring our children home alive. President Trump, it's your call. Seal the deal, bring them home. Bring them home now. All of them now. Seal the deal now. Set them free now. Seal the deal now. Make it real now. Bring them home now. Stop the war now. End the war now. Stop the war. Bring them home. No more war. Bring them home. No more war. Seal the deal. No more war. Seal the deal. No more war. Bring them home. All of them all at once. Israelis want a deal now. No matter how hostage deal now. Ceasefire now, hostage deal now. Ceasefire now, bring them home alive. Bring them home alive, get your Nobel Prize. Ceasefire now, Nobel Prize now. We trust you, Trump, stop the war. We trust you, Trump, bring them home. SOS USA. Bring our soldiers home today. SOS USA. Bring them home with no deal. כולם בעזה,
מחזירות את כולם הביתה,
מחזירות את כולם הביתה,
רק הסכם וכולם הביתה,
רק הסכם וכולם הביתה.
אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם, אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם, אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם, אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם, אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם, אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם, אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם, אנחנו לא נפקיר אותם, אנחנו כן נחזיר אותם, אנחנו כן נחזיר אותם, אנחנו כן נחזיר אותם, אנחנו כן נחזיר אותם, את כולם, את כולם, בהסכם, בהסכם, הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם, הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם, הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם, הסכם שלא נחתם
רוצח את כולם.
די להרג, די לשכול, חטופים מעל הכל,
די להרג, די לשכול, חטופים מעל הכל,
די להרג, די לשכול, חטופים מעל הכל,
די להרג, די לשכול, חטופים מעל הכל,
די להרג, די לשכול, חטופים מעל הכל,
די להרג, די לשכול, חטופים מעל הכל.
את כולם,
עכשיו,
את כולם,
עכשיו,
את כולם,
עכשיו,
את כולם, את כולם,
עכשיו,
את כולם,
עכשיו,
את כולם,
עכשיו.
את כולם. We will not abandon them. We will not abandon them. We will not abandon them. We will not abandon them. We will not abandon them.
We will not abandon them.
We will not abandon them. We will not abandon them. We will bring them home to us. We will bring them home to us. We will bring them home to us. We will bring them home to us. We are never giving up.
We are never giving up.
We are never giving up.
We are never giving up.
את כולם!
עכשיו,
את כולם!
עכשיו,
את כולם!
עכשיו,
בהסכם!
עכשיו,
בהסכם!
עכשיו.
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם!
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם.
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם!
הסכם שלא נחתם רוצח את כולם.
לא, לא, לא נסכים להפקרת החטופים!
לא, לא נסכים להפקרת החטופים.
לא, לא, לא נסכים להפקרת החיילים!
לא, לא נסכים להפקרת החיילים.
הסכם אחד, כולם לכולם!
הסכם אחד,
כולם את כולם!
הסכם אחד, החזירו את כולם.
הסכם! יותר מדי ימים!
הדם על הידיים של ממשלת הדמים. החטופים מעזה יותר מדי ימים. הדם על הידיים של ממשלת הדמים. הדם על הידיים של ממשלת הזוועות. החטופות בעזה יכלו לחתוך חיות. הדם על הידיים של ממשלת הזוועות.
תעצרו את העולם
לבקשת המשטרה אנחנו עולים לזמן קצר אל המדרכה. ב8:15 במסיבת העיתונאים נרד שוב.
עוד רבע שעה, מסיבת העיתונאים של נתניהו. אנחנו נהיה כאן יחד עם כל ערוצי החדשות. אנחנו ממשיכות וממשיכים בכל הכוח. עוד רבע שעה אנחנו נשמע מה יש לנתניהו לומר ומה הוא הולך לעשות כדי להחזיר את האחים והאחיות שלנו הביתה. עכשיו!
afford to be on?
They're gonna mix them up anyway.
They're gonna mix them up anyway. Yeah.
So I'm just gonna turn them off on the board per
Yep. And as you see
thing, and when they say questions, I'm gonna turn them back on the board.
Yep.
All the mics will be hot.
Yep. That's fine. Yeah, that works. And then you'll turn off the ones that's not being used.
谢。
Bu da mesela bu da önemli.
Grazie.
שבוע וחצי ולמעלה. רובי אמר את זה היה תנאי ברור. בהתחלה לפחות, ניסו את הנישה הזאת, אמרו לנו על מה זה דבר, אבל דווקא בהתייצבות פנימיות ולסיום, אנחנו לא מדעו שום דבר. בעצם כן עשינו משהו, יש דבר. לא הייתה מטרה של זה, בעבר ישראל כבר מרמרה, היו הרבה אנשים צריך להגיד רגע ברמה המוסרית, בסוף נתניהו כן נקבע שהקשיבו והבינו חשיבה אני לא שמעתי קצינים של חמאס של קנדה, לפני חמאס חשיבה גם בתקופה אפילו בתקופה לנשיא התנועה שאנחנו צריכים זה לא נכון שישראל למשל מרמרה אני לא
daha güvenli olduğu için fırsatları ülkeler arasında daha iyi işlemeye ihtiyacı görüştüler. Başkentler, barış bu kadar daha fazla işbirliği olmalı. İstekler için bir istekleri de Denebilir, bana göre de zorla özür demişler.
I was so confident.
לא, עליתי לזום. מה זה? ממש לא. אומרים שזה לא עובד טוב, אני מבקש 6 דקות לי.
כמה זמן הבינו? אני אזרוק לזה, אני אזרוק לזה. נכון, קודם כל בוא נראה את התמונה. התמונה מספרת אולי את הסיפור יותר מכל, זה עולה לחשבון הטוויטר הרשמי של הבית הלבן,
הייתה שיחה טלפונית של טראמפ, נתניהו וראש ממשלת קטאר, אתה יכול לראות שזה עכשיו על המסך, ועכשיו אני יכול להעביר לך את הציטוטים, את הדברים שאמר נתניהו לקטארים, אלו הציטוטים. אדוני ראש הממשלה, אני יודע שאתה, אדוני ראש הממשלה, אני רוצה שתדע שישראל מתחרטת על התקיפה של אחד מהאזרחים שלכם שנהרג בתקיפה שלנו. אני רוצה להבטיח לך שישראל כיוונה לחמאס, לא לקטארים. אני עוד רוצה להבטיח לך שלישראל לא הייתה שום תוכנית להפריד את הריבונות שלך, ולא נעשה זאת יותר בעתיד, ואני הבהרתי את זה ונתתי התחייבות לנשיא טראמפ. אני יודע שלהנהגה שלך, אומר נתניהו, יש הסתייגויות ותלונות נגד ישראל, וגם לישראל יש תלונות כלפי קטאר, החל מהתמיכה שלכם באחים המוסלמים, גם לגבי איך שישראל מוצגת באל-ג'זירה, וגם לעובדה שאתם תומכים בסנטימנט אנטי-ישראלי בקמפוסים ובקולג'ים. אני מברך ומקדם בברכה את הרעיון של הנשיא להקים קבוצה תלת ראשית שתתייחס לטענות ההדדיות שלנו, לתלונות ההדדיות שיש לישראל ויש לקטאר. זה נוסח הדברים שאמר ראש הממשלה בתוך החדר הזה בשיחת הטלפון.
tall guys are always in the front row. That's actually
I'll slouch.
That's how you.
So the story, I'll tell you the story with Sharansky. So it's Bush gets elected Tuesday, November 2008.
Right.
The following Monday, I'm with on a book tour that just comes out on Monday.
Okay.
On Tuesday, we're in the American Enterprise Institute. Crossheimer's interviewing for the book. And I'm sitting on the floor, and I'm getting my phone that keeps ringing. And this is before a smartphone. And I'm thinking, after about 6 times, something happens on the family. So I step outside, and I said, this is the one we'd like for you, Minister Sharansky, to come and see the president. And my immediate response on Thursday,
Wait, what day are we supposed to go?
Tuesday. They said Thursday. The next 2 days later, they want you to be there Tuesday. It was like the next day or the day after that. We'd like you, the president would like to meet you and Dr. Sharansky at 11 o'clock on Thursday. I said, my leader said, this is someone's bad joke. I said, no, I can't do it. We have the Pope at 1, we're not going to be able to work, right? And then they said, no, this is really the one past it. It was 2 o'clock, so 2 o'clock the president wants it. I said, we got the Pope at 3, we can't wait. And they say it again. I said, well, we got the Dalai Lama at 1. We got the Pope at 3, we're not going to fit him in. He goes, would you like to call back? And leave it. And I look at my phone, and the phone only says 202. No, it has no, I think at 202. So I said, I understood, I got it, and then we were in the Oval Office 2 days later. It was supposed to be a half hour for like an hour and 10 minutes. And because Nathan was so humble, he didn't tell anybody how it was. Basically, it affected the whole policy administration. The problem that they had is they allowed for the elections to happen. So stupid. And Nathan wanted to see how we do things. I said, you know, you're going to be destroying the idea of freedom without it ever being judged. Russia didn't have an election. You said that. Anyway.
Well, it's because they simplified the whole concept of democracy.
Purple fingers, yeah, That means he never met a right-wing reporter.
Never met a Jewish reporter.
I humbled myself and rumbled before leaders and fans of that over. But I really don't think there's any possibility right now. We don't have years left. It's not just 3 months left in the administration. There's no way. And I think I'm pushing it the best. I feel possibly that under the circumstances. The issues that he's selling is probably fine. The issue of how to dress it.
No.
Any of them? Okay. Shema? Okay. Okay, thank you. We'll see what happens. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Okay? The people of Israel, thank you for your attention to this matter. We should contribute. Okay, here's a trivia question. Yesterday, oh yeah, I know. He didn't catch it. But I think, okay, who would be on? Those of you listening at home, play along too. Who is the American president? Who's governed with tons of former president? Besides Washington. Think about it. Get a whole audience. When Truman died, it's been 20 years. I think 72, I think. I think 72. And אז מודיעין אנחנו לא יכולים. No? No, Hoover lived a long time. Hoover? Yeah. He lived so long they didn't go back. No. Okay, have you let the home audience join us? The answer is Richard Nixon. Johnson, Kennedy, Johnson. They're listening to you. We're doing trivia.
לא, נכון, באמת, בוודאות. לא זה.
Right.
Delegation has gathered here inside the state. We have not seen the U.S. delegation yet. I know about 20 minutes ago the meeting is still ongoing, so as we see the president is conferring with his top officials before coming out here. But I will say that one thing the White House just did was make it an indication of what we are going to hear from these leaders when they come out. Is they sent out a 20-point peace plan that the president and the White House have been circulating to other nations last week and the last few days. It was 21 points, although initially, based on what we had seen, the copies of it by our officials or the world leaders, it is now 20 points. And I was just looking through it on my phone because the White House released it. It now makes no difference of not striking the tar. That was initially an agreement, or a principle in the agreement not to strike the tar. Again, that is no longer inside the White House just now. So we'll see what these tweets mean.
America's 500 times the size of the average. I mean, said it,
Now that timeline is 21 hours. Says 72 hours for that to happen. Of course, whether or not any of that happens still remains to be seen. It also remains to be seen if Hamas
I do that with every state population. Population comparison. What do I love my wife?
Wish I could say the same.
Hello. Long time. The big guns have arrived.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the State of Israel.
Thank you very much, everybody. So this is a big, big day, a beautiful day, potentially one of the great days ever in civilization. Things that have been going on for hundreds of years and thousands of years. We're going to, at least we're at a minimum very, very close, and I think we're beyond very close. And I want to thank Bibi for really getting in there and doing a job. We've worked well together, as we have with many other countries, both of us, with many other countries, which is the only way this whole situation gets solved. And I'm not just talking about Gaza. Gaza is one thing, but we're talking about much beyond Gaza. The whole deal, everything getting solved. It's called peace in the Middle East. So today is a historic day for peace, and Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have just concluded an important meeting on many vital issues, including Iran, trade, the expansion of the Abraham Accords, and most importantly, we discussed how to end the war in Gaza, but it's just a part of the bigger picture, which is peace in the Middle East, and let's call it eternal peace in the Middle East. So this is far more than anybody expected, but the level of support that I've had from the nations in the Middle East and surrounding Israel and neighbors of Israel has been incredible, incredible. Every single one of them. This afternoon, after extensive consultation with our friends and partners throughout the region, I'm formally releasing our principles for peace, which people have really liked, I must say. And these are done not just routinely done, these are done with total consideration and working with the nations that we're talking about. All of these nations have made contributions to those suggestions. I want to thank the leaders of many Arab and Muslim nations for their tremendous support in developing the proposal, along with many of our allies in Europe. Europe has been very much involved, and as I was called by many of the European leaders, most of them saying, "Is this true? Are you really doing peace in the Middle East? This is the most incredible thing we've heard." Some think it's the biggest thing they've ever heard. They called just to find out, was it just a rumor or is it actually done? And then they said, have you spoken to the Arab leaders? Have you spoken to all of the other leaders that we have to get? A lot of people involved in this one. I also want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for agreeing to the plan and for trusting that if we work together, we can bring an end to the death and destruction that we've seen for so many years, decades, even centuries, and begin a new chapter of security, peace, and prosperity for the entire region. And I want to just say that my meetings and dialogue that we had with so many countries, Saudi Arabia as an example, the king is a phenomenal person. The Emir of Qatar, he's incredible people. UAE, and that's MBZ and ABZ. We're totally involved. These are the people that we've been dealing with and who've been actually very much involved in this negotiation, giving us ideas, things they can live with, things they can't live with. Pretty complex. I mean, after 2,000, 3,000 years, whatever it is, I guess it's got to be a little complex, or it would have been done a long time ago. The King of Jordan was with us, as you know, in the United Nations. The President of Turkey, President Erdogan, is a friend of mine, a strong man, but a good man. President of Indonesia, somebody who's an amazing leader, Prabowo. He is an amazing leader and respected by everybody. He was in the room with us. We were together with most of these people that I'm mentioning. Others were by phone or the next day. The Prime Minister and the Field Marshal of Pakistan, they were with us right from the beginning. Incredible. In fact, they just put out a statement that they fully believe in this pact. It just came out just as I was walking around. They said, sir, you have a big notice from the Prime Minister of Pakistan and from the Field Marshal that they back this 100%. President El-Sisi of Egypt, who's terrific. And these are people I've gotten to know over the years. I mean, I would say it started around 2015 and then went into 2016 when the presidency officially began. But I've known him actually for a long time, and there are many cases really great men. I can't say in all cases, but I will tell you in many cases they're great men and some great women too. They tend to be mostly men, however, I will say that. But if accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages immediately, but in no case more than 72 hours. So the hostages are coming back, and I hate even saying this from the standpoint, doesn't sound right, but it is so important to the parents. The bodies of the young men, I believe in almost all cases, the young men are coming back immediately. I met with parents. The parents felt as strongly about getting the body of their dead boy back as they did as though the boy were alive and well. It's so important to them. And it means the immediate end to the war itself, not just Gaza. It's the war itself. Under the plan, Arab and Muslim countries have committed, and in writing in many cases, but I actually would take their word for it, the people I mentioned, I'd take their word for it, to demilitarize Gaza, and that's quickly. Decommission the military capabilities of Hamas and all other terror organizations, do that immediately. And we're relying on the countries that I named and others to deal with Hamas. And I'm hearing that Hamas wants to get this done too, and that's a good thing. And destroy all terror infrastructure, including the tunnels, weapons, production facilities. They have a lot of production facilities that we're destroying. They'll also help train local police forces in the areas that we're discussing right now, in particular in and around Gaza, working with the new transitional authority in Gaza. All parties will agree on a timeline for Israeli forces to withdraw in phases. They'll be withdrawing in phases. No more shooting, hopefully, as progress is made toward achieving these goals. Arab and Muslim nations need to be allowed the chance to fulfill these commitments of dealing with Hamas. They have to deal with them because they were the one group that we have not dealt with. I haven't dealt with them. But the Arab countries are going to, and Muslim countries are going to be dealing with Hamas, and I believe they've already been there. I think they probably have an understanding, and they haven't maybe mentioned that, but I would imagine they do, otherwise they wouldn't have gone as far as they've gone. If they're unable to do so, then Israel would have the absolute right, and actually our full backing, the U.S. full backing. Marco's here, and a lot of our leaders are here, our great Vice President, Susie Wiles, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. They've been so involved in this process. I don't think anybody else could have done it or even come close, but it's we're right there. We're right there. First time in thousands of years, I think you can probably say, if you really look into it, if you study back, if you're a scholar, you would say thousands of years. Israel would have my full backing to finish the job of destroying the threat of Hamas. But I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace. And if Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer. But if not, as you know, Bibi, you'd have our full backing to do what you would have to do. Everyone understands that the ultimate result must be the elimination of any danger posed in the region, and that danger is caused by Hamas. The tyranny of terror has to end, and this is, again, something that we're looking for. This is eternity. This is for forever. To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace, we call it, the Board of Peace, sort of a beautiful name, the Board of Peace, which will be headed, not at my request, believe me, I'm very busy, but we have to make sure this works. The leaders of the Arab world and Israel and everybody involved asked me to do this, so it would be headed by a gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump of the United States. That's what I want, is some extra work to do, but it's so important that I'm willing to do it, and we'll do it right, and we're going to put leaders from other countries on, and leaders that are very distinguished leaders, and we'll have a board, and one of the people that wants to be on the board is the UK former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, good man, very good man, and some others, and they'll be named over the next few days, and it'll be quite the board. Working, everybody wants to be on it now. I don't know if that had anything to do. They named me and everybody else wanted to be on it. I guess they figure, well, he's a soft touch, he'll be easy to deal with. Working with the World Bank and others, it will be responsible for recruiting and training a new government that will be made up of Palestinians along with highly qualified experts from all around the world. Hamas and other terrorist factions will play no role in the board, but they'll play no role in the governance of Gaza at all, directly or indirectly. As you know, thousands of Hamas leaders have been killed and soldiers have been killed, and we can never forget October 7th, but thousands have paid the price for that, and now it's time to get our hostages back and get back to trying to build something that's really great and very important. In our meeting today, Prime Minister Netanyahu was very clear about his opposition to a Palestinian state, and he continuously mentions October 7th, and I understand that. Most people do. And I understand and respect his position on many things, but what he's doing today is so good for Israel. I notice that they have large crowds gathering in Israel all the time, and they have my name up. They like me for whatever reason, Bibi, I don't know, but they do like me. But they say two things: please get the hostages back and please end the war. They've had it. It's had it. So I think it's a very popular thing you do, because he's a warrior. He doesn't know about getting back to a normal way of life, but he is a warrior, and Israel's lucky to have him. But now the people want to get back to peace. They want to get back to normalization in a true sense. Several countries have foolishly recognized the Palestinian state. As you know, some of our European friends, allies, good people, but they're really, I think, doing that because they're very tired of what's going on for so many decades. They've been presidents and prime ministers for years, and during this time, having to do with the Middle East, all they're doing is talking about the same thing over and over. They want to see it get back, and nobody wants that more than me, or I believe Bibi too. But the people of Israel want it. They really want it. They want the hostages back. That includes the probably 32 bodies that we're talking about, 20 people that are living, 32 or so people that are dead, and they want to have peace. So let us not forget how we got here. Hamas was elected by the Palestinian people. Israel withdrew from Gaza thinking they would live in peace. Remember that a long time ago? They withdrew. They said, you take it. This is our contribution to peace. But that didn't work out. That didn't work out. It was the opposite of peace. They pulled away. They let them have it. And I never forgot that, because I said, that doesn't sound like a good deal to me. As a real estate person, I mean, they gave up the ocean, right? Ron, they gave up the ocean. They said, who would do this deal? And it still didn't work out. They were very generous, actually. And they gave up the most magnificent piece of land in many ways in the Middle East, and they said, all we want to do now is have peace. And that request was not honored. Instead of building a better life for the Palestinians, Hamas diverted resources to build over 400 miles of tunnels and terror infrastructure, rocket production facilities and hid their military command posts and launch sites in hospitals, schools, and mosques. So if you went after them, you'd be after them and you wouldn't even realize you ended up knocking out a hospital or school or a mosque. That terrible thing, terrible way to have to fight. No fight is good, but that's a real bad one. So there are many Palestinians who wish to live in peace, many. I've seen so many of them. And they have support. And I challenge the Palestinians to take responsibility for their destiny, because that's what we're giving them. We're giving them responsibility for their destiny, fully condemn and prohibit terrorism and earn their way to a brighter future. They don't want the life that they've had. They've had a rough life with Hamas. If the Palestinian Authority does not complete the reforms that I laid out in my vision for peace in 2020, they'll have only themselves to blame. We're giving them an amazing footprint, and they have amazing support from the leaders of the Arab world and the Muslim world, the great leaders. These are great leaders. These are unbelievable leaders that have built great countries and very wealthy countries. What the future holds for the Palestinians, no one really knows, but the plan that we put forward today is focused on ending the war immediately, getting all of our hostages back, getting everything back. Hard to believe when you even say it, and creating conditions for durable Israeli security and Palestinian success. Israeli security is going to be involved. We're going to help you. We'll be there with you in terms of helping with security. We want to make sure it works. We just want to make sure it works. There shouldn't be a shot fired. Now, there will be, I guess, because that's the way it seems to be, but there shouldn't have to be within a few days. There shouldn't have to be a shot fired. And maybe for eternity. Wouldn't that be nice? I hope it's true. I can tell you the leadership of that region feels that there's a good chance of it being true. So this will lead to this agreement that we're talking about will lead to a sustainable long-term peace. No president in history has been a greater friend of the state of Israel than I have, in addition to negotiating the Abraham Accords. I like to say it that way because the real people, that's what they call Abraham. I would say Abraham, but it's so much nicer when you say Abraham. So much more elegant. But the Abraham Accords, they're amazing. Jared, you did that along with your group of geniuses, and nobody thought that could be done. We have 4 countries, and Sleepy Joe Biden didn't do a thing. He didn't even know what the hell they were. He should have had them fold up. But I think this will also lead to packing them. And who knows, maybe even Iran can get in there. I hope, we hope we're going to be able to get along with Iran. I think they're going to be open to it. I really believe that. But they could be a member. I long ago said, I'll bet you at some point Iran will be a member of the Accords, and little did I realize it was going to take this turn. That was some turn we did with the B-2s. But I think they might very well be there. It's a great thing for them economically. I recognize the eternal capital of Israel. I opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. That was something that everyone said would never be done, could never be done. Virtually every president for many, many years, for decades, would campaign on making Jerusalem the capital of Israel. They campaigned on it over and over. Is that right, Steve? Is that right? Everyone, and when they got to it, and I understand why now, because it was so. When I got to office, I campaigned on it too. I said, we're going to make it. And then I'd get calls from the leaders of various countries saying, please don't do it, please don't do it. It'll end the whole world, please don't do it. And finally, I just didn't say anything, and I did it. People were calling me before I did it because they heard I was going to do it, and leaders of countries were calling me, and I think it was on a Thursday that I did it, and they'd call me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3-4 times a day, and I said, tell them I'll call them back on Friday. And I announced it on Thursday, and I called them back, the biggest people in the world, and they said, you've done it. I said, done what? You've made the capital of Israel, Jerusalem, and we wanted to talk yet. I wish you called me a little sooner. Maybe I could have done something about So that was a lot easier than getting into an argument, because I knew what they were calling about. And you know what? It turned out to be amazing. Everybody thought it was going to lead to the end of the world, right? The end of the world, Ron, that's what they said. It didn't lead to anything. It just led to something that I promised, and something that was very, very popular for Jewish people and a lot of other people too. I recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and I cut taxpayer funding to the corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency. And United Nations was interesting because, as you know, a few days ago they introduced me. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. I'm looking at my teleprompter, and the thing was dead, stone cold, dead. The thing's up here. I have a long, beautiful speech to make. I'm back 30 feet back, and I'm saying, they're introducing me, there's nothing on my teleprompter. So, but I made a speech. I actually got good marks. You think Biden could have done that? I don't think so. I don't think he could have done that. I don't think too many people could have done it. But actually, it was actually more of a speech from my heart, if you want to know the truth. I think it was maybe better in certain ways because it was from the heart. It has to be from the heart, otherwise you're in big trouble. But I cut taxpayer funding for that very corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency, and nobody thought that would be done, and withdrew from the horrible Iran nuclear deal that was imposed upon Israel by Barack Hussein Obama and Biden. And I don't think Biden knew anything about it, though. I don't think he knows anything about it now, actually, if you ask him. He'd say, what is that? And we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity, making it impossible for them to have a nuclear weapon, which they would have had probably in about 2 months from that. But I've never asked Israel to compromise its security, but we had big, strong talk. Nobody's been better to Israel. No president's been better to Israel than Donald Trump. But we had a long, strong talk, Bibi and I, and he understands it's time. It's time. History has shown. And the people of Israel want it. And the people of the Middle East want it. The people of enemies of Israel want it. But they don't have really too many enemies right now. And you know what? Many countries have gained great respect for Israel, for the way they fight, for the job they do, including me. I had respect anyway, but they gained respect. History has shown us that those who have relations with Israel have thrived, while those who have devoted resources and attention toward the destruction and even annihilation of Israel have languished. They haven't done well. Israel is not going anywhere. They're going to coexist with other people and countries in the region, from Syria to Lebanon to Saudi Arabia. The promise of a new Middle East is so clearly within our reach. This is the closest we've ever come to real peace, not fake peace, not political fool's peace. If we can get this difficult problem solved, the opportunities for all within that vast region of this world, it's a vast region, it's unlimited. The Abraham Accords show that all countries are better off when they communicate and work together and embrace new opportunities. I hope Jared and Steve and Susie and Marco and JD, we have great people. I hope you guys are going to work very hard to get these other countries in, because now they have no excuse. There's no longer an excuse. They were somewhere hesitant. And I tell you, the 4 countries that went in, I give them tremendous credit, and it's worked out incredibly well for them. In the same spirit, I'm pleased to report that earlier today we took another important step toward greater understanding in the region. A short time ago, we had a historic phone call in the Oval Office with Prime Minister Tani, who's really a great person. So we had a great talk, and I was on the phone, and Bibi was talking. Prime Minister Al Thani was of Qatar. They really had a heart-to-heart conversation. It was a great conversation, I thought. It was productive. It was everything that you need to have something turn out to be successful. And I want to thank Bibi, and I want to thank the Prime Minister. It was fantastic. We agreed to launch a formal trilateral mechanism between Israel, Qatar, and the United States to begin a dialogue to enhance mutual security, correct misperceptions, and avoid future misgivings. And I want to thank Qatar, its leadership, and the Emir. He's a fantastic person. I think, I'm going to be his public relations man because I know him differently than a lot of people know him. But he wants peace. He wants to see peace. And his people, and they really acknowledge the critical role that they've played as mediator. And again, we're not quite finished. We have to get Hamas, but I think they're going to be able to do that. So now it's time for Hamas to accept the terms of the plan that we've put forward today. And again, this is a different Hamas than we were dealing with because I guess over 20,000 have been killed. Their leadership has been killed 3 times over. So you're really dealing with different people than we've been dealing with over the last 4 years, 5 years. Everyone has done their part and come to the table in good faith. Our Arab and Muslim partners are fully prepared to step up and fulfill their commitments for the benefit of the people of Gaza and the entire region. They're willing to step up and do a lot. They really are. There are a lot of good people involved. Everybody who wants to see an end to the violence and destruction should be united in calling for Hamas to accept the extremely fair proposal so that we can end the war and get us back our hostages right now and have everlasting peace. And I look forward to having relationships with everyone. As the chairman of the board, I'll be involved, and we'll have meetings with some very smart people that'll be working over there to make sure that we haven't just been wasting time with an agreement that doesn't get done. The task of building peace will not be easy. There are some of the hardest problems in the world to solve, and that's why it's been going on for so many centuries. But too many lives are at stake not to try, and this was more than a try. I mean, I think this is something that gets done when you have virtually every country, and these are powerful, powerful countries that have a lot of money, and the money can make things happen. A lot of countries try and they don't have any money. These are very rich countries that can make things happen. So together we'll forge a much safer and more hopeful future for everybody, including Israel. And I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for his partnership, and I want to thank all of the leaders, the kings and the emirs and the presidents and prime ministers, people I mentioned. And they've been absolutely fantastic to work with, and it's just happened very quickly. It's happened from a couple of weeks before I had a couple of meetings, but a couple of weeks before we went to the United Nations, and we had some incredible meetings. It all came to place. It all took place, and everybody wanted to be a part of it. I don't have anybody that's saying we don't want anything to do with it. It's just the opposite. And I'll tell you, a couple of years ago, a year ago, I don't think we would have had this kind of participation, Mr. VP, right? I don't think we would have had. It's been amazing. The participation was 100%. Everybody wants to be a part of it. And everybody, those very strong countries, everybody wants it to work. So, Bibi, congratulations on this. I think this will be your crowning achievement, frankly. If this all works out, we think it will. It's going to be your crowning achievement, and I want to thank you very much for being here. Thank you, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, first I want to thank you for graciously hosting me once again in the White House. And second, I want to thank you for your friendship and for your leadership. From Jerusalem to Tehran, from the Golan Heights to Gaza, you've proven time and again what I've said many times. You are the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. And Mr. President, you and I both know it's not even close. While you focus at home on making America great again, your leadership abroad is changing the world for the better, ending wars and advancing peace. I believe that today we're taking a critical step towards both ending the war in Gaza and setting the stage for dramatically advancing peace in the Middle East, and I think beyond the Middle East. very important Muslim countries. I support your plan to end the war in Gaza, which achieves our war aims. It will bring back to Israel all our hostages, dismantle Hamas's military capabilities, end its political rule, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. We would not have achieved this turning point without the courage and sacrifice of our incredibly brave soldiers. They fight like lions to defend the people of Israel, and they serve on the front line in the war between civilization and barbarism. Mr. President, when our two countries stand shoulder to shoulder, we achieve the impossible. Just a few months ago, in Operation Rising Lion and Operation Midnight Hammer, we struck a decisive blow against Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program. Your bold decision to send those B-2s made the region safer and the world safer. Now, under your leadership, we're taking the next step to win the war and expand the peace. Your plan is consistent with the 5 principles my government set for the end of the war and the day after Hamas. Everybody asks, what is your plan for the day after Hamas? Here's our plan. Passed it in the cabinet. All our hostages, both those who are alive and those who died, all of them will return home immediately. Hamas will be disarmed. Gaza will be demilitarized. Israel will retain security responsibility, including a security perimeter for the foreseeable future. And lastly, Gaza will have a peaceful civilian administration that is run neither by Hamas nor by the Palestinian Authority. If Hamas agrees to your plan, Mr. President, the first step will be a modest withdrawal, followed by the release of all our hostages within 72 hours. The next step will be the establishment of an international body charged with fully disarming Hamas and demilitarizing Gaza. I appreciate your willingness to lead the body, Mr. President. I really appreciate it because you have a lot of things to do, and this is important. And it reflects the confidence that this will give everyone, that things will be followed up on all the commitments made. The fact that you're taking this on, I think, helps a lot to make sure that everything flows in the direction that we want. Now, if this international body succeeds, we will have permanently ended the war. Israel will conduct further withdrawals linked to the extent of disarmament and demilitarization, but will remain in the security perimeter for the foreseeable future. I think we should understand that we're giving everybody a chance to have this done peacefully, something that will achieve all our war objectives without any further bloodshed. But if Hamas rejects your plan, Mr. President, or if they supposedly accept it and then basically do everything to counter it, then Israel will finish the job by itself. This can be done the easy way, or it can be done the hard way, but it will be done. We prefer the easy way, but it has to be done. All these goals must be achieved because we didn't fight this horrible fight, sacrifice the finest of our young men to have Hamas stay in Gaza and threaten us again and again and again with these horrific massacres. Mr. President, I was encouraged by your clear statement at the UN against the recognition of a Palestinian state. That would be an outcome that, after October 7th, would reward terrorists, undermine security, and endanger Israel's very existence. As for the Palestinian Authority, I appreciate your firm position that the PA could have no role whatsoever in Gaza without undergoing a radical and genuine transformation. In your 2020 peace plan, which you mentioned just now, you made clear what that transformation requires. It's not lip service. It's not checking a box. It's a fundamental, genuine, and enduring transformation. And that means ending pay to slay, changing the poisonous textbooks that teach hatred to Jews, to Palestinian children, stopping incitement in the media, ending lawfare against Israel at the ICC, the ICJ, recognizing the Jewish state, and many, many other reforms. It won't come as a surprise to you that the vast majority of Israelis have no faith that the PA Leopard will change its spots. But rather than wait for this miraculous transformation, your plan provides a practical and realistic path forward for Gaza in the coming years, in which Gaza will be administered neither by Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority, but by those committed to a genuine peace with Israel. I think this can be not only a new beginning for Gaza, I think it can be a new beginning for the entire region. Under your leadership, we can re-energize, well, I've got to contribute my own, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords. That's what it's called in the original Hebrew, Abraham. Abraham is fine, Abraham, however you want to call it. Under your leadership, Mr. President, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords that we forged 5 years ago. We can expand them to many more Arab and Muslim nations that choose moderation over extremism. I think there's an opportunity here. It's not going to be easy, it's tough going, but I think if we succeed, you're absolutely right. We're going to open possibilities that nobody even dreamed of. But I think we dream of them. As you've told me, Mr. President, and you've told the world many, many times, you said, remember October 7th. Remember October 7th. And we do. We will never forget the horrors of October 7th, and we will do whatever is necessary to make sure they don't happen again. Since October 7th, Israel's enemies have learned a hard truth. Those who attack us pay a heavy price, but those who partner with us advance progress and security for their peoples. President Trump just said it, it's also in the Bible. It says, those who will bless you will be blessed, and those who will curse you will be cursed. And that's actually what is happening. We want the blessings. I think we've done a lot in the past 2 years to end the curse. We're not finished, but we've done a lot. And we've done a lot together to end the curse. I want to thank your entire team for their efforts to get to this point. I especially want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for their indefatigable work to bring Israel and Arab states in the region closer together. I am deeply grateful to both of them for their work. We had a phone call today just to make it clear. I said to the Prime Minister of Qatar, Israel was targeting terrorists, wasn't targeting Qatar. And of course we regretted the loss of the Qatari citizen, wasn't our target. And I very much appreciate President Trump's proposal to have a trilateral body, the United States, Israel, and Qatar, to work out respective grievances. There are quite a few. But if we could try to mitigate them or put it on a different footing, I think that'll be good for everyone. Above all the people, the fine team, many helpers who've done this, I want to thank you, Mr. President. History has already shown that under your leadership, Israel and America can change the face of the Middle East. And today I'm hopeful that your plan to end the war in Gaza will do so again and do so soon. It will free our hostages, end Hamas's tyranny in Gaza, and enable a more secure and prosperous future for the peoples of our region. Thank you, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. May God bless the indispensable alliance between our countries, And may I add, in Hebrew, G'mal Chatima Tova, may we all be inscribed in the book of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bibi. So I think while we wait for these documents to be signed and get everybody in line, I think it maybe is not really appropriate to take questions. I'm meeting with, as you know, a couple of Democrats in a little while about the country, about keeping our country open. They're going to have to do some things because their ideas are not very good ones. They're very bad for our country. So we'll see how that works out. But this is something that was really historic today. This was something that was amazing. I think, Bibi, I mean, depending on you, I think while we're waiting for signatures and waiting for approvals from a lot of different countries that are involved in this, we probably shouldn't take questions, or would you like to take a question or two from perhaps a friendly Israeli reporter, if there's such a thing?
That's a very, very tough proposition. But I would think, Mr. President, that I would go by your instinct that this is, we'll have enough time for questions. Let's settle the issue first, I think.
Thank you very much, Amy.